All right, I'm starting this again. Um, I'm hoping to finish this by July the 2nd, because I think the second week of July is when I'm going to start to do work with regards to cementing the front of my family's house and stuff. A relative of my family's house. It's not that long to do cement work, but to build it, uh, place it on top of each other, get the work from the Home Depot, and then fix that up. May take about a week, maybe two at most. Yeah, and I have about a good 3 days. Because it's this new job schedule, I have like 3 days off. Typically, the standard is 2 days off, but I have 3 days off moving forward because I do double on one of those days. So by doing double on one of those days, I now get 3 days off. So it's kind of like working more than a 40-hour work week, but within just 4 days. Actually, it is more than a 40-hour work week because if I work at a minimum of 10 hours uh, for like 5 days, like that's 50 hours. And if I do a double on one of those days um, to replace the other day, it's still the 50 hours, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's still the 50 hours. Yeah, so doesn't really matter. Maybe it's a little bit more than 50 hours because sometimes they get late and sometimes they need me to stay in longer. But thankfully, I was able to set up double, which is now good for me for the summer because that means I get 3 days off. Yeah, so that's the only reason why I've been doing Sherlock Holmes back to back to back because I have that 3 days. But it also means that I'm just trying to get this out of the way because I'm trying to dedicate myself to two things in July, which is one, repair, and two, to finish the design work within Photoshop. And that's it. So without further ado, I'm just going to do this and move forward because my personal life has nothing to do with this. I just want to make sure this is a good Sherlock Holmes experience and this story is better than the last. Um, I don't think it might be. I think out of all the stories, I believe out of all the stories, out of all the stories, I think Rails on the Rails had more complications because you have companies, you have a guy with an invention, you have stolen train tracks, and many of them were split apart for different sections. But at the same time, you could easily say the same thing for Black Peter because you have so many things going on there. So I think Riddle and Rails where Black Peter was, even though Black Peter was quite straightforward, it was murder. Riddle and Rails was about theft, which then turned into murder, which became more complicated. And then as you go along, you went into Bloodbath, which seems more complicated, but it really wasn't. It was actually easier to me than Riddle on the Rails because I found all clues, where in Riddle on Rails I did find all clues, but many of the clues were um, not related to each other. Many of them contradict each other. In fact, even Holmes even say that his deductions for Riddle on the Rails were kind of off. So Riddle on the Rails was kind of only kind of difficult because it wasn't a true ending to that, and many contradictions happen even no matter who you chose. So either I missed something, but he told me I found all my clues, so there was something I wasn't piecing together there. So out of all of them, I think Riddle on the Rails would be the number 2 spot, and I believe the number 1 would be, yeah, it would be the Kew Gardens. It would make more sense that it would be more difficult because Kew Gardens required experimentations, just like Black Peter did. Um, there was complications with regards to knowing that the ridiculousness of 3 plants were required. Um, ridiculousness of 3 plants were required to fuse together just to create the smoke. So who would know that that would happen? No one, not even Sherlock. So it was kind of silly, but at the same time, it did make sense. Like if one plant couldn't do the job, you had to set it up perfectly. So it was a complicated thing. It was a ridiculous, complicated thing. It was equally as ridiculous as the chemistry thing in Black Peter. However, its direction in the story wasn't ridiculous. Whereas Black Peter was about a guy who was just interested in a woman, and she didn't tell anyone about it, and then Black Peter discovered it and then wanted to confront him, and then he got killed. Pretty straightforward. Whereas this one, Kew Gardens, was about 2 different crimes altogether. Not about the crime leading to the criminal. There were about 2 separate crimes in total. Like in Black Peter, it was only about that one crime. Everything was leading up to it. And in Riddles on the Rails, you would think it was about the prototype, but it was really about the miners, Chileans, getting once over on the Mexicans, and then they stole the prototype. So this prototype was related, but it was simply out of revenge. So those things were all related too. And then in Abbey Grange, or Bloodbath, before Abbey Grange, it was simply about finding this mysterious artifact and then getting killed for it, because the believing is cursed. So everything was related in that one too. And same thing with Abbey Grange affair. Everything in there was related too. There weren't any 2 separate crimes. It was the same crime. They were trying to just separate it to pretend that they were unrelated, stealing and murder, but they were connected. Whereas in the past one, which is Kew Gardens, they were completely separate. One crime was completely different from the other crime. They weren't related. The only thing related to both of them is that the killer used items from the syndicate, the Divine Syndicate, in order to commit the crime. But the syndicate didn't know anything about the crime. They were just trying to commit their own crime. So the difficulty was, at the beginning, you assume that they're all related together, but in the end, they weren't related together. That's why I like that one better, because you had a very clever and cunning killer trying to finger someone else on a totally different crime. And then you had very complex puzzles, which didn't need to be complex, with regards to the flowers. And then you had time differentiation, or time pauses, for which you would have to remember and have a good memory, recalling time, the time which someone says something, and the time at which someone was doing something. So 2 things: when they said they were doing something, and exactly what they were doing. So you would have to write things down for this one compared to others if you didn't have a good memory. So this one requires not only memory and recollection of memory, but also the ability to decipher between 2 different crimes. That's why I like the other one better than, that's why I like Kew Gardens better than all the other one. because it requires you to remember more than those ones. Where those ones you could pretty much skip certain things and go straight into the story, or skip the story and go straight into the puzzles, depending on what you want. So hopefully Half Moon Walk is better than Kew Gardens, or equally as good as Kew Gardens. And why I say this is because as I'm playing the game from beginning Black Peter all the way to Kew Gardens, it's been slowly going upwards with regards to getting better. It fell off maybe around where I would say a bit where uh, Bloodbath was, because the only good part about Bloodbath is um, the Indiana Jones kind of detective part of it, and solving things based on. But it really wasn't Bloodbath. Now I think about it, it was really actually Riddles on the Rails. So it fell a little bit off at Riddles on the Rails, except for finding out what happened to the rail track. So Black Peter was a little bit better than Riddles on the Rails, but Riddles on the Rails was more complicated than Black Peter. So it fell off at Riddles on the Rails. But then it went up at Bloodbath, and it became slightly better. And then it went up even more at Abbey Range, but not really, because Abbey Range was simpler than that of Bloodbath. So it started off good, then it went down, then it went up again, and then it went down by Abbey Range, and then it went up again with Kew Gardens. So for most of them, they were mostly good. So it's been steadily getting better. So as the story each missions progress, they got better. Like Watson was included, Toby was included, and other factors and other experiment type were also included. So slowly but surely they're getting better. So hopefully this one is far better than Kew Gardens, or equally as good as Kew Gardens. Now, I said in the last video, um, I was, let's see, I was missing certain people, and I said, there were 3 people present, and the person I was missing, this third person, thought it was the police. I don't think it's the police at all. I think this third person is the pawn shop worker, and the pawn shop worker is. I was thinking about it because I was so tired before, and I realized I was so tired I wasn't paying attention to what I was saying. I was making a lot of mistakes because I was so tired. So I wasn't really focused on who was who in this game because I was so tired. And then I came to realize, but like, wait a minute, what am I saying? Kenneth Butler is not the guy that went to prison. Kenneth Butler is not the guy that went to prison. Kenneth Butler is the guy that's in charge of the pawn shop. Kenneth Butler was probably the guy that called the police to arrest what's his name? Victorio, the guy that got killed. I think this is what who it is, Vincent Foley. But the guy that was found dead is called Victorio, and he was a person that was in prison with, yeah, there he is, Brian Riccati. Yeah, not Vittorio. So the person that was found dead was Brian Riccati, and he was found in prison with the suspect, which is Wiggins' brother. And Brian Riccati was probably one of the people who robbed the museum with Foley, with Vincent Foley, the man who committed the crime and went to prison for 10 years. So that's what happened. Why I wasn't locked on to what was going on, because I was so tired and I wasn't paying attention. I didn't have enough sleep, so I couldn't figure out who was who and what was what. But now I know, because I got enough sleep and I'm able to focus more on what's going on. I was so tired, half asleep, that I wasn't even knowing what was hell was going on in the game. So that's what happened. Mr. Vincent Foley and a group of people robbed an infamous treasure, a hellenistic treasure, or treasures, several, from a museum with the help of Mr. Viscotti, I'm assuming. Mr. Vincent Foley probably has his tattoo already, or if Mr. Vincent Foley doesn't have a tattoo, then Mr. Brian Riccati has this tattoo, and he gave it to the kid, which might implicate the kid in the robbery of the treasure from so many years ago. But then that he, the young man who's now been assumed to be the killer in this case, would have been a child. So it was highly unlikely that he was there when the original theft happened way back in the days. So that's now cleared up. The person who's the pawn shop owner is Mr. Kenneth Butler. And the person who he was probably trying to sell it to, Mr. Brian Viscotti, was trying to sell the pawn stuff, the treasure stuff, to, was the pawn shop owner, and gave it to him. But here's the weird part. If Mr. Brian Viscotti was with Mr. Vincent Foley when that robbery did happen, and he was in prison, Mr. Brian Viscotti would know that Kenneth Butler was the one that called for his arrest, and he would discover this, and it would make sense that Kenneth Butler would eventually die and get killed by Mr. Brian Viscotti for imprisoning his friend, because when he first got in prison, he didn't know who called and fingered him as the person who stole it. All he knows is who fingered him when they saw him after he did the robbery, and it turns out to be one of the guards, or the people who were guarding the treasure that day. So that's the only person that he knew. He didn't know that a pawn shop person called to inform the police of treasure being pawned to his store. So many years have passed, and maybe he has Mr. Brian Viscotti investigate and found out that Kenneth Butler was the one that called. But that's all speculation. All that I know for sure is that my characters, who I assume were in different places, are now set in their proper order. So even though the game doesn't say an antique golden necklace with 2 ram heads found at Kenneth Butler's pawn shop was actually, Kenneth Butler was the one that actually did the firing and shooting, even though the game doesn't say that, I'm assuming that Kenneth Butler probably had someone fire and try to kill Mr. Brian, and he himself got shot by Mr. Brian, in retaliation before he died. At least that's what I'm thinking my head is at right now. Mr. Kenneth Butler wanted safe guarantees. He wanted to make sure he was protected if anything went sour. And of course it went sour. Mr. Brian Viscotti probably shot him. I mean, didn't probably. He got shot in the head. Don't know if it's by Mr. Brian. But in retaliation, if I'm going down that route, Mr. Brian himself got shot because he killed the pawn shop. So that's where I am right now. I got all my characters placed in the right order now. Foley is not the same guy that got shot, and Kenneth Butler is not the guy that went to jail. He's the pawn shop guy. And yeah, so if I was off in my last video, it's simply because I wasn't paying attention. That's all there is to it. This video clears things up. It's amazing how your human brain works when you're so tired. Like, you could just ignore certain things, and you get enough sleep and enough food, and all of a sudden you just get right back on track.
So this is the gun that Layton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon. It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder. Two out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots. These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco, nothing interesting. A cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt. These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco. Nothing interesting. So this is the gun that Layton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon.
Simultaneous shots. Booyah. Once again, Mag for the win. Yeah, like I said, someone fired off when the fireworks was happening. They either fired off at the same time, either Brian or Kenneth fired to kill the other person. So someone wanted to make sure both of their asses were dead after one of them committed to kill the other. So either directly after or simultaneously. But if it was simultaneous shot, then Mr. Turner's lying once again. Turner could hear the contrast between two shots, as in fact 3 shots were made at first. At first, a single shot was fired, and then 2 gunshots simultaneously directly after. Okay, so is that why he assumed that the second shot was louder? Because they were simultaneous? That's bullshit. Simultaneous shot does not mean that the third shot would make the second shot louder. But let's look at the equation from the point of view. 2 bullets were fired out of the weapon. If there was a third shot, there would have been a third bullet, which means a third gun. There was no gun found within Turner's place, so I can't go with 3 shots. There was no damage within the facility of the ground or anything to indicate 3 shots other than Mr. Turner's cane stuck into the ground, broken. I doubt it. It's a firing position situation. It's trying to get me with simultaneous bullshit. Like, how would it be 3 shots? I'm curious to figure how it would be 3 shots when only 2 bullets were found. Unless the person fired off 1 fire slow and the second 2 fire was bop. But still, no matter how fast you fire, there's even a millisecond of differentiation between 2 shots that would make a growling sound, not a single shot like pow or boom or bow. a single harmonious ripple. Differentiation with regards to ripples would be present. It wouldn't make the other louder. It would be like there's a dissipation somewhere, even if it's microscopic. Yes, it would. So this is my one. This is the one that makes more sense. They either happen at certain positions, or the fireworks stopped and the second one went off. So I'm going with this. See, it's trying to go with this, but I'm going with this. There would have to be more than what I'm seeing here. More evidence than what I'm seeing here for it to be 3 shots. Okay, so it was about to make a trade. So if Mr. Bryan didn't give him that stuff, was trying to sell him that jewelry, it was probably the jewelry he had from which Mr. Foley had originally stole and sold it to him, from which he was trying to sell off himself some 10 years later. Okay. No. No. Where is it? You know what? Let me just go with the kid first. I'll go with the kid first. On this, he had nothing of any value in his possession when he was caught by the police after the crime, but he was holding a revolver. Where is it? Okay, wait. Ellington was holding a revolver with 2 foreign cartridges when he was caught after the crime and after him. Well, this doesn't really make sense. Had nothing on him of value in his possession, so the gun is not of value to the crime. Okay. Okay, so wait a minute. Okay, statement and the revolver. Revolver. Okay, so both statements of him having nothing on his person and the revolver, both his statement and lootless, saying he had nothing of value on his possession, value, and two victims. Wait, no. Was it? Okay, so old acquaintances were both in prison for robbery. Long lost art. Long lost art. Excellent. Excellent. Which means all this crap are unrelated. Like the art, who stole the art, and this and this and this are unrelated. This is good because you cannot say because the art was stolen, it was kept by Mr. Butler or by Mr. Ryan, and the revolver, even though 2 shots were fired from the cartridge that was in his hands, that is related to his statement. Like this, you can't say any of that either because there's no clear definition of, okay, state that he saw 2 persons that were doing blah 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 blah. So even though I have all this here, none of them are actually truly related to each other. Like him having the jewelry is not related to 2 victims. Or maybe they are. What? How so? That's a little bit confusing to me. Search for the missing holes could be the motive for the crime that was committed in Heflin. That's very presumptuous. I know Turner picked it up because he was a poor man and wanted to make some money, but that's very presumptuous to assume that the treasure could be the motive for killing the crime. If it wouldn't be the motive, like revenge would probably be more of the motive. You got my friend locked up, blah blah blah. Or if anything, if the treasure was involved, is due to a bad bargaining with pricing. I don't like your price, I will shoot you. Like, but if the treasure was actually a motive to commit the crime, then that means the person actually knew the value of the treasure and wanted to kill the person for the treasure. I mean, the treasure was always going to be in the epicenter of the crime, so that's not something that's complicated, but they're more interesting, in my opinion, motives going on here than just the treasure itself. One that makes the most sense. That it would be a motive from Mr. Turner's point of view. Because he's poor. But from everyone else's point of view, no. Alright. Was seen entering the half moon. Is the only person who was seen entering half moon. Okay. Common statement. So this is the common statement from police. His statement. Okay, so the common statement is that he was the person leading over, and his statement was that he saw someone leading over. Okay, so 2 statements are full of shit. Who to believe? The cop's statement based on witness or his statement. Once again, setup seems to be going on here. Convenience cop were on the other side of Whitechapel. Woman was there, says she didn't see anything, but she saw the kid running out. Cop claimed he was searching the corners with his light, and then he ran around the side. But then we know that Mr. Turner was having a limp, so if he was halfway down that alley, he ran, he would have saw Mr. Turner go into his building. So he would have had to be farther, much farther. So the cop is somewhat lying too. But the cop is not. Yeah. So the cop is lying too. Interesting. I was thinking that cop might not be involved because his silhouette isn't here. Now I've figured out who the silhouette probably is, and that's probably Mr. Kenneth Butler's, the dead man's silhouette. So the criminal is not amongst this silhouette. That's what the game is trying to tell me. Or at least, the game is not trying to tell me that. The game is trying to blame this on Wiggins' brother. Or on Ryan Turner. That's what the game is trying to do. But an unknown factor is the actual killer. Or it is Mr. Ryan Turner. It's too clean to be Ryan Turner, just like in the previous one. It was too clean to be Hamish. But in the sense of Hamish and him, it would make more sense. He has an angle from his window, but there was no gun found within his premises. Okay. There's no gun found within his premise, in his place he's living in, or the premises around the area, because the game hasn't allowed me to find it yet, just like Hamish's stump. So maybe that closet in his room has a gun in there, and he is a notorious liar and he will lie to the end of his days. But Holmes did say he believed that he's a thief. He was just wanting to make money. And Holmes did say, I truly believe you. Holmes said it. I truly believe you that you're just a poor man who wanted to make money after you saw a dead body. If Holmes says he believed this, and this turns out not to be the case, then the Holmes that the people created in this game is not the Holmes from the books. It's some bullshit sideline. But I'm going to go with it and say it's not him. Because Holmes says it's not him. Because Sherlock Holmes doesn't miss anything. But I'm agreeing with Holmes because the game says so. I'm not agreeing with Holmes because I believe so. So it seems like it's the cop. I'm going with the cop, or an unknown factor that hasn't presented itself yet. I'm not going with him or Wiggins. Here's the thing though. If it turned out to be Wiggins, I would be very surprised. Because then that means the game has done something. It has pulled on your heartstrings for Wiggins' brother. It set up the child, Wiggins, to come to Sherlock Holmes, and Wiggins has been helping me since the beginning of Black Peter. It set up Wiggins' brother as the killer, so you wouldn't suspect Wiggins' brother as the killer, because we're here to help the innocent kid, Wiggins, someone who's been helping us through many missions, and it turns out to be his brother, who's actually a killer. That's a very devious and devilish thing to do in this game. And I don't think the game would go down that route to actually make Wiggins' brother the killer. Because that would be kind of fucked up. The whole time I've been playing, the designers of the game say, you know what I think would be very hard for people to deal with? To deal with the fact that Wiggins' brother is an actual killer. They wouldn't see that coming, or they would be heartbroken if that happens. I'm surprised, but I wouldn't be heartbroken. Surprised that they decide to do something that shitty. I mean, like, if you really use your head, if you really use your head, you know, you're not fooling gamers. Like, if a gamer is a gamer, and a gamer likes to look deep into things, you're not going to fool the people who are into mystery games of what you're doing. Because eventually they will piece things together way before they happen and put them in petri dishes and decipher. The only thing that you will be doing is subverting expectations and making them not think about it. But if they are like me, I already thought about it. I'm not going to like it, but I'm not going to be surprised either way. So they're not really surprising me if they do that. They're just pissing me off if they do that. So I doubt it would be him. Why would they want to upset their readers or their gamers? Maybe they like that stuff.
Please believe me, Mr. Holmes. I'm not a killer.
Okay. I can't ask him about stuff related to his gun. Yeah, I would truly be surprised if it's Wiggins. Because that's real fucked up to make the person like Wiggins' brother the killer. The whole time Wiggins been helping me. There was a possible crossfire between Kenneth Butler and Brian Wiggins. Well, I knew that from the beginning. I knew two people fired off. One person fired to do the killing, the other person fired in retaliations. Where did the fire come from is where I don't know. That's the thing. Since I said it since the first video, even though I was super tired, I knew that there were two shots. And I knew the first shot came with regards to the fireworks, so as no one to hear them firing. And the second fire came as a shot because the second shot was due to retaliation from being fired upon, or discovering that your honeypot got killed, so now you got to retaliate and kill the person who killed your honeypot. Which would make sense that Turner would be the killer. He needs money. But it's too easy for Turner. But if it turns out to be Turner, I will be happy, because this one makes more sense. This one makes lots more sense. Who do I'm tagging as the true killer at the moment before I even get any more descriptive puzzles or clues? Well, the obvious would be, amongst everyone I've seen, I'm going with the cop. In association with Turner. That's my answer. If the cop's been patrolling these streets for quite some long, he knows who Turner is. He knows his desperation. Who will be able to pay off the woman and Turner to look the other way? Someone of authority. Or someone who's part of a crime organization. For which the only people who were ever part of any crime organization was Foley, but his ass is in prison. And Brian, who's dead now. Yeah, okay. What am I supposed to do now? Right, examine dead body. What? They didn't bring the dead bodies here? What the hell? Why didn't they bring them here? That's weird. Police are at the scene of the crime. 2 dead men are here. Holmes said nothing with regards to wanting to inspect the bodies, so the game left them there. That's weird. Why the hell did it leave them there?
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours.
He's playing his part quite well for a police officer. I like the fact that Wiggins is here, though. That's very good. At least Wiggins is smart enough to know that something doesn't smell right. Something definitely doesn't smell right. Why are these bodies still here? Let me ask him, can I take it to...
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
It's very strange.
A fairly long pole with a forked end.
So should I sit on this long pole with a fork end? Can the pole come out the ground?
A fairly...
Doubt it. Forked end. You can't hang something there because it's not a hook. It's just a hook, but in the wrong direction. It's not standing on the ceiling. The hook is facing downwards. You can't fall on it and kill yourself because the hook is in the other direction. You can't bounce a bullet off of it. That's completely stupid. Let's see. It says activate. So wait a minute, hold on. This is Half Moon Street. But the person who got shot over here, he didn't get shot in the head. He got shot in the head. Okay, so is the game telling me that he shot him in the stomach, but the shot he was about to shoot in the head missed and went into the wall here? But then someone capped him off in the head from there. They're really going with this 3-shot bullshit. Oh, is it trying to make me decide which one to pick? Because if he did 2 shots, 1, 2, and he did 2 shots, there's 4 shots, no 3 shots. So the only thing that makes sense is that the game is trying to make me decide who did the first 2 shots. Otherwise, if it wasn't of a decision about who did the first 2 shots, then the whole deduction of 3 shots is bullshit. 4 shots were fired. Both men fired off 2 shots. One caught him in the head, but missed the first time and hit over here. One shot him in the stomach, but missed his head and went over here, which is completely fucking stupid. You're telling me both of them missed the second shot? That cannot be it. So the obvious one is the game is trying to make me decide which one fired off 2 shots first. This one makes more sense. I'm picking this one. I am selecting this one. Select the gun. Wait, hold on. Activate. Activate. I have selected the gunman. He is the gunman. Okay, so every time I activate it, switch to gunman. Okay. Okay, so I select this gunman. Okay. This one makes more sense. So what am I supposed to do now? Go here. Okay, I'll turn it off and I'll go here.
I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp.
There it is. Yes, but this pole, this hook is facing down. What the hell? Unless it could be turned all the way.
This should be useful.
He's using a downward hook to lift up. Okay, I guess. He's turning it the other way, and it's not sliding on the downward hook. There has to be an edge on it. Okay. Alright.
Nothing interesting here.
Alright, so our gunman wasn't this guy that did the shooting. So it's saying that Kenneth, Mr. Kenneth, is the person who shot. He missed his head but caught him in the stomach, and the third shot came from someplace around the corner or someone around here and shot him in the head. Bam, bam. So Mr. Turner couldn't tell the sound of 3 bullets. That's still bullshit. This 3-bullet thing is pissing me off. Like, is this game... Do people not understand how bullets work, how guns work? Like, no matter how much you want to firing off as quick as you can, it makes a sound twice, even at its millimeter form. It doesn't make a larger sound because 2 have been fired off. What the fuck? For the love of God, man. Some smartass would say, how would you know? Like, because I used to be in the military, you dumbass. It don't work like that. 2 sounds echo, even if you're shooting from a great distance. The echoes with regards to vibration go off in the air at close range. Even at close range, they would still echo. It's like tapping on your fingers on a table. You can't make no matter how fast you tap on the table, you can't make them both sound the same.
This is most definitely a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street.
Okay, so if there is a third shot, there's a third shot. But you cannot tell me the third shot only sound like the second shot. The third shot was... Okay, so let me think about this. First guy, he fired off, shot him in the stomach. He was unable to fire off his bullet, and the pawn shop owner was about to kill him and shoot him in the head, but he missed the second one in the head. So when he fired the second bullet, the third bullet fired the same time he fired the second bullet. But how would someone know to fire off at the exact same time he fired his second one? Because the person who fired off didn't know he was going to fire off a second one. The person who fired off the third bullet probably fired off the moment he fired off the first one, but he didn't know that he was going to fire off a second one. So it's simultaneous. That's the only explanation I could give for the logic of two bullets sounding same in one. The third bullet that was fired off simply because the person pulled the trigger wanting to kill him, but he didn't realize that he was going to fire a second time. That's the only thing that makes sense for the 3-bullet bullshit. The only thing that makes sense. Logically, none of that would have made sense whatsoever. Alright, so let's go back. So I'm going to pick we're going back with our third bullet. The third shot was intended to be the second, and the second shot was unknown by the person who fired the third shot that he was going to shot off, because that's the only thing that makes sense. Otherwise, the guy who fired the third bullet knew the guy who fired the second was going to shoot again, which means he knew who Mr. Kenneth was and that he was planning to kill Mr. Bryan, which now leads even more towards Mr. Turner being the killer. But no, at no point in the game, at no point in the game did it ever point out any association of Mr. Turner and the pawn shop guy. Yes, maybe he had gone to the pawn shop before. Yeah, there was no association of pawn shop guy and Turner mentioned. All right. What in the hell? Third, okay. Is this game fucking with me or something? If they both fired off, both of them fired off, each of them fired off 2 rounds. They both missed on the second time. Isn't that what it's telling me? That Kenneth fired off 2 shots, but missed his head. And Bryan fired off 2 shots. One caught his head, but the second missed him. They both fired off 2 shots. Both of them missed the second shot. What kind of howdy doody nonsense is this? And let's say they didn't fire off a second shot. They both fire off just 1 shot. One caught one in the head, one caught one in the stomach. And the third shot guy, the one that shot the third bullet, would have to be shooting the same time they were shooting. That's the only thing that made sense. So the guy who was in the window, I'm assuming, or around the corner, I'm assuming, didn't know that they were probably going to kill each other, but decided to fire off anyway, or did know. But if this, I swear to God, if this game told me that they both fired off 2 bullets, it's ridiculous that they both missed twice. Or they both missed once. 2 of them fired off 2 shots, missed the second one. 2 of them fire off 2 shots. They both miss in the second shot, or the first shot. That's some freaking Looney Tunes nonsense. Both of them missed 2 shots. Kenneth shot twice. He caught once and missed this first time or the second time. Brian shot twice, caught the second time but missed the first time as well. Both of them missed once. Ridiculous. Some nonsense. I want to understand if both of them missed each other and didn't kill each other, and then one did fire off a second and then kill the other guy. That would make sense for 3 shots. 2 guys fired off, they both missed at the same time, but whoever fired the second one caught the person. But both of them shoot and they both missed the first time, and then both of them shoot, they caught each other the second time, or reverse. Ridiculous nonsense. Okay. And where's the other gun? Mind you, the other gun is on the criminal who killed him with his own gun. So after he killed the other guy, he decided to take that person's gun. There are 2 guns present. If both men fired off, there should be 2 guns present. Langton took one of the guns, but the other gun should be present on the body of the person. Otherwise, that gun is missing, taken by the criminal. I thought I put these together already. Yeah, I put them together, like the same in common statement. I put them together already. So now it's telling me they're not related again. I'm pretty sure I put them together before. What am I doing? I'm not even reading the thing. Alright, let me read the thing. Okay, so this is about Brian and Langton, not about Brian Viscotti and Kenneth Butler. Okay. Wait, so who revolver does he have? Okay, it's not Brian's revolver. So he's holding Kenneth's revolver. Because this didn't click either. So comment statement and lengthen statement are now untethered. They were tethered before. Long lost art. Oh, coincidence of lengthen, not connected. Long lost art. And the two dead men. Where's that? Two shot. Two victims. But it's saying that they're not connected. Alright. So I'll leave it as it is for right now. It's plain possum. What's weird is I connected the two statements before and they were accurate, but the second time it's denying me. So that's kind of weird. Alright. Maybe I have to do some body analysis, but the game is not allowing me to do body analysis. Marrow, you son of a bitch. I'm not taking my eye off you.
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood.
Holmes is clever. Maybe he suspects the police. His eyes kept deviating every time he talks to Holmes.
I shouldn't look for Mr. Holmes here. He's hiding in Half Moon Street.
Is it? So now this is weird. It's really trying to convince me that this police is innocent in this. Maybe he is. Or maybe Holmes is just trying to lay a trap for him. We'll see. If it's not him, it's Turner. I mean, the person I want, similar like Kew Gardens, is it to be the police here. But the person who is probably most likely turn out to be Turner. And the person that I don't want it to be is Wiggins' son. I mean, brother. So wait a minute, hold on, before I even do anything. The woman stated only one person ran out from her location at the Whitechapel Street. Which means if he was running, this person would be able to hide in the dark and run out through here. That makes sense for the reason why Holmes is doing this. So only Wiggins would be going out through there, but Wiggins says he was chasing someone and that person escaped through that direction, so the person could not have escaped through here if Wiggins was chasing after them. Something is wrong with Wiggins' statement. If Holmes is not trying to entrap this guy, then there's something wrong with Wiggins' statements. I swear to God, man. It better not.
I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
I shouldn't look for Mr. Holmes here. He's hiding in Half Moon Street. Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Well, since I've been walking through this alley for quite some time, there is no place where he cannot see using the lamp if he is looking at the edges. Alright. And it's like I said when I first started with regards to his statement. He wouldn't start off looking at the edges here and here because there's this light here, an entranceway. He would have had to be first starting to look here, and here. Then here the gunshot went off around it, then run around here. The light with him, if he first looked here and here, would have caught the person if they were there and there automatically, because he didn't hear the gunshot until afterwards, after looking here and here. So if he ran over here, he would have had to ran back the curve and miss him here. But the game is saying he didn't miss him here either, so the light reflected over here as well. So he would have saw the body here and stop here and saw someone through the door there. So yeah, the person would have had to gone down High Chapel. They couldn't have gone down this way unless there's a blind spot not related to, I mean, if he stops here and saw the body, the person would have to be hiding behind some type of bulge or under something, for which the game didn't present any of those things. Like, I could see, even in this small corner in this darkness, something that would be out of, what the hell? Thought I was stuck. Something out of place. So those two spots. So Holmes was last over here. Corners. And the next corner would have to be, there's no corners here. Let's see, corner. There's no corner. The next corner would be here and here. So Wiggins' brother chased him when he was going here. He threw up a flare to blind him, and he proceeded out through there. But the flare would have had to be fired down this way to blind her as well. Because if he ran back through Half Moon, and only Wiggins ran out with the gun to look for him, that would make sense. So no bribe would be needed. But what the hell is the flare gun for then? Why would he need to blind Wiggins? Okay, so the only thing that would make sense to blind Wiggins firing, not down here, or maybe actually down here, from here, is to blind him so he could assume that he ran out this way after he ran the corner. So he would have had to see Wiggins, or Wiggins would have had to see him, ran away, ran here, hide here. As soon as Wiggins' brother got around the corner, fired up here to blind him, and as Wiggins was trying to pursue him, ran back around here. But if he fired it this way, it would have blinded her as well. So maybe he fired it up here. But that doesn't make sense with regards to Wiggins' statement either. Wiggins' brother's statement either, Langton. He said the guy was standing right in the middle of the street, and then a blinding light happened. That was his statement. He didn't say he was in a corner, or he couldn't see him when he backed the corner and it's like he disappeared. He said he backed the corner and the guy was standing in the middle of either here or the street there, and then a blind light happened. At no point did they ever said the guy disappeared and then the blinding light happened afterwards. He said he saw the guy. So
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
So something is weird
It is
here.
obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
Yes, so that makes sense. So he couldn't have gone back around without Constable seeing him and head back towards Half Moon. That's what the game is telling me. Based on Constable Marrow's lamp, no one would be able to escape him and double back around. So the person had to have gone through there. So the whole idea of trying to double back around would make sense. So the firing thing with regards to the flare gun had to be to blind both the woman and Wiggins. So Wiggins' statement is true. He was standing there odd. Otherwise, if he did double back around, it would void out what Wiggins said.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
No one could hide from the shadows of Half Moon. As a single run through this narrow street, with a lamp could reveal its every corner. Okay. I don't think this is related, but maybe he's right. Yeah. Because it does mean that he pursued the person. No. Down the street. I don't think these are related. Yeah, they're not related. None of these are related so far. Alright, so I am where I am. Or one of them might be, but I'm not willing to keep hitting more negatives. Something is off. I knew that whole hiding in the, like, see, normally that would make sense if there wasn't any flare gun, and if Langton didn't give his statements as a guy shot off a flare while standing in the middle of the road. That would work. However, the flare gun being part of the equation made it very complicated and strange for him to do something like double back around, unless the intention was to blind him and double back around after he shot and not run into the cop at the same time. So he would, the flare would see, this is the thing why you have, sometimes it's important to pay attention to things. The flare gun would be needed to blind both Wellington, the woman, if they were running down that Whitechapel Street and he escaped Whitechapel Street, makes sense. But if he was to double back around, he would need it in order to blind Wellington. I keep calling him Wellington, but it's not Wellington. I'll just call him Wiggins' brother. Wiggins' brother and the cop. Because while he was exiting out of Whitechapel Street, the cop was already halfway or probably near the body. So that firing off a flare would be needed to blind two people. Once Wiggins' brother is around the corner, I'm not sure if the effect of that flare would blind him if it went over his head to blind the cop. So that logic would make sense. Hell, it would have to be placed at the exact point and exact time to blind both Wiggins, Mr. Turner in that window, and the cop. And Mr. Turner didn't say anything about being blinded by any light. So it's very, this is unlike the last mission, where the last mission is more about paying attention to details and times when people show up to places. This is more paying attention to details with regards to what people are saying. find a flare gun to emulate the fireworks and tools for climbing the wall. Find the flare gun. Where was the flare? Oh yeah, at was at the pawn shop. And the tools for climbing the wall was also at the pawn shop. So the pawn shop guy had the flare gun, but he didn't have the flare gun on him. He had a regular gun. Or let me put it this way. Okay. Let's see. After he got shot in the head, he obviously can't use the flare gun if he had it on him, because he's shot in the head, dead. So someone was there other than both of these men. But who? Guy in the window or unknown guy around the corner? Or Wiggins' brother himself? I told you, it better not. It better not. I'm telling you, it better not. Like, I don't want another Garrow situation. The most obvious person is the killer.
It looks as...
No. Wait, didn't he find a flare gun in here? What the hell? Well, the climbing equipment is here. Let's go. I could swear the flare gun was here. Oh, yeah, it was here. It was on the shelf.
This is exactly what...
That's what food and sleep does to you. It makes your brain hell active. So you could think of all kinds of stuff. For this one, I won't need spotlights. I think this one is kind of straightforward. Just a good memory and remembering things is all that's needed. Time and experiment seem to not be needed here. It's not that complicated. The only thing complicated was the third bullet BS.
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
I ain't a thief.
Oh, no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
Also very weird. The cop is very itchy about the kid being there. But like, he's aware that he's there, looking out for his brother, but he's getting frustrated that the kid is there.
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Okay, so there's also one other thing. Wiggins is known notoriously as Sherlock Holmes' little birdie. He looks out for things and finds information for Sherlock Holmes. So normally in the case of what Wiggins is doing, he's doing the same thing he did for Sherlock Holmes, but he's doing for his brother. Looking out to see who shows up, keeping an eye on what's going on, making sure whoever's going to be here is supposed to be here, or any suspicious person show up, then he'll give that information back to his brother, which would in turn makes the brother suspicious. Why would the brother want to know what's going on here? But also would make Sherlock be onto him, because Sherlock understands Wiggins' nature. He understands that's his job, to look and see and inform. So in the case of Wiggins, he's aware that what Wiggins is doing and why he's doing it. So he already suspected that Wiggins might be sharing stuff with his brother by passing it to his fellow other street urchins through while he's staying here as a lookout, which in some ways the game is trying to say that Langton is guilty. But Sherlock Holmes is too smart for that, because he already knows the nature of Wiggins. Or, if this is some BS, the game is saying Sherlock doesn't know the nature of Wiggins, and Wiggins is untrustworthy, because he's willing to get one over on Sherlock to protect his brother, for which the whole time the game is showing Wiggins to be someone reliable and trustworthy towards Sherlock. Otherwise, why would Sherlock want a company of someone who would eventually be someone suspicious enough to commit crimes? Maybe theft for food for survival, but for crime, highly doubtful.
Let us begin then. Catch me if you can.
This is weird. Why simulate it from here? And who in their right mind would be fast enough to climb a wall while cops are running around the corner? This is very strange. It's like a dumb way to escape. Unless they planned this stuff on their ceiling in advance for them to go up the damn wall fast enough. This is weird. I would admit the idea of using climbing hooks didn't come into my mind. In a wall of all things.
This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
Yeah, but you could hear them scale it. What the hell? Blinding someone so they cannot see doesn't. It's made out of freaking brick. And I'm pretty sure the hooks aren't plastic and rubber. This is some weird ass crap. Oh, okay. Alright.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there?
Holmes is struggling. Wait, let me
I
see.
should try climbing faster.
Okay, fine. That's another thing. Who can climb fast enough to get over here? You have to be somewhat strong. And Mr. Wiggins' brother don't look like he has good upper body strength.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there?
I should try climbing faster.
Sherlock Holmes is out of shape.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there? Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes?
Okay.
Holmes?
Okay,
Where
so
are you?
so Watson
I
is
cannot
basically.
see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Okay, so here's the bullshit that's going on here. Even though you cannot see someone after being blinded, and they are high above you, you could hear the person. A flare gun won't blind your freaking ears, it'll only blind your eyes.
Don't
Oh
worry,
my
gentlemen.
God.
I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
Yeah, so Wiggins' brother doesn't look like he have great upper body strength in order to climb and get up in time. He is young. But venture to say the police have more strength than he does. But what's weird is that the police is willing to help him find how to get up there. That's the weird part. But it's not really weird. If Holmes did figure something out, the cop denying it would make it very suspicious to Holmes that he's denying to help him. So, I'm still proceeding with the cop. Okay, what am I supposed to do?
This is the back door of the building with the attic floor that you required, Mr. Holmes.
These shards of glass are from the window above. It's empty. A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope. Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human. I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Well, I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair. Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample.
Is that right? Well, paint me tickle. Everyone knows that animal hair is thicker than human hair. Any animal, because they're animals.
The horsehair is thinner than the hair that we found. So, this black hair belongs to an animal, and it is larger than a horse. A hair from a large and exotic animal.
Okay. Thick black hair found on jacket. Okay, Langston's statement that he saw a person. None of this has to do with hair. None of this has to do with hair. But nothing on his person. Okay, wait. Statement, no. Revolver, no. Two victims who found dead. No. So none of this is related to animals or with regards to proficiencies or with regards to them being unstable or taking care of animals or having pets or anything whatsoever. The only thing that might Hellenistic art. I wonder if thick black hair was used to wrap it. Doubt it. Yeah. But the one that I wanted to pick was, where was it? Okay, so it's not here. I was thinking when it says Lantham had nothing of value on him. Well, if the hair was on his body, then it is value to Holmes, though it's not value to the police. So I thought it was going to do that, but it turns out that's not the case. All right.
My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
This one is a bit complicated because I have lots of clues, and many of them are unrelated to each other. If I pick Langston's statement and common statement, they're not related to each other whatsoever at all. They're crossed out, everything here. And if I pick Langston's statement and exotic animals, a thick black hair was found on torn jacket. This jacket belonged to a man. Langston stated that he saw a person leaning over a dead body, unless it means running and pursued a man. Okay, so that's the only thing that follows. What Langston did. I mean, why I keep saying Langston? I'm thinking about Control. Langton. Okay, what Langton did was he saw the guy looking over the body, pursued him, then the guy went up. Yeah. But that's also not true. So it's not going according to where the guy follows Otherwise, it would have light up. So I knew this wasn't right, but I was thinking maybe that's where the game is trying to go. As in, he saw the person lead over the body, and he decided to take the gun and pursue the guy. But then the guy, a thick black hair was found on the front of the jacket. The jacket belonged to a man who were nimble to escape from the crime scene. So I thought it was following a direction on the path, but turns out that's not the case either. Yeah, so this one is a bit complicated because many things aren't related. So I'm thankful for that. I still don't believe that it's better than Kew Gardens. I believe it's just being deviated and or evasive. That's what the clues are. They're all being evasive. Because I remember Common Statement and Langston Statement were linked together, and then all of a sudden they weren't not linked together. Very weird. Okay, so I have to go back there. Wait, was it here?
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not like you.
So what the hell is going on here? Every time I come here, there's a new conversation between Wiggins and this guy. It's like they're butting heads every time I come here. I know I'm not supposed to go in the attic here, but every time I come here, these two are getting into an argument.
Oi, watch your tongue.
I suppose that I shall have to move my stool now.
It's empty. Someone broke through the window to get inside the attic, but in his haste he ripped his jacket. We can conclude that the person whom Layton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
Okay. That's bold. Circus acrobat. Imaginary man. Is a figment of his imagination created by Vindicate himself. Created to vindicate himself. Yeah, but there were actually climbing tools within that pawn shop. So, unless the climbing tools were never used. But in Langston's statement, he said nothing about climbing. He just said a guy blind. But he doesn't have to say it, because then that would implicate him. Could be. I mean, it makes sense. That's very true. A 30-foot wall in a matter of seconds, you would have to be pretty strong. I'm going with this. You would have to be very strong. Can't be the old dude, Turner. Okay, so that's what happened to the gun. The gun is not still on the body. The criminal took the gun from off the body. Why the hell would he want to do that? You would think he would want to take the treasure instead of the gun. So he didn't give a damn about the treasure. But he wanted the gun. Yeah, the common statement is a lie. This revolver is not related to the others. So the common statement gave by the cop was probably a lie. See what I'm saying? If Wiggins refused to accept my help in finding this criminal, then there's something suspicious and the brother is it. But if Wiggins is doing what I think Wiggins has always been doing, which is to be a little birdie, to give his brother information in regards to who might show up in order to sabotage or who looks suspicious, just like he does for Holmes, then the only people to finger is Turner, the cop, or the woman doing flower work. Now, I didn't mention her in any of this at any point, because based on her statement and what she's saying, it would make sense that she would be disqualified from everything, because one, at no point did it ever state that she knew anything about pawn shops or interest in treasure or anything, or all she stated when I saw her is that she saw Wiggins' brother come out from there and she sells flowers. That's all I know about her. That's it. So out of everyone, she's the most elusive because she's unrelated to the event. She was just a person at the corner. Could she be in a circus? Or could she be an acrobat or a climber? Sure, she looks young enough. But it seems rather odd based on her characteristics and based on the statement that she gave that as she presented no visible signs. I'm not sure if I even did a once over with regards to profiling her. I just spoke to her. I think maybe I did, but she didn't have anything present on her to show anything suspicious. So out of everyone, she's the least suspicious. And that could be what the game is trying to do. Pick the least suspicious one as the killer. But none of the statements are related to her whatsoever. She was just a witness. Many of all the deduction statements are related to Turner, Langton, and the two dead people. The cop and her aren't present. The only thing related to the cop is the common statement, which is here. No other statement is present with relations to her whatsoever at all, which is very suspicious. So if it does turn out to be her, I would be very surprised and very happy at the same time, because then that means I'll lose another one. But no, I didn't really lose the Kew Gardens one. I won that one because it turned out to be who I wanted, even though it wasn't who I was fingering. But it was who I wanted it to be. So I haven't truly lost any of these cases. Can you really say you lose something if what you want is what you actually got? No. So I won 3 cases on being actually accurate, and 1 I lost with regards to not being the person. This one I think is the cop, but if I lose it and it turns out to be the woman, it's fine. Because nothing's tethered to her, which is very suspicious. I'm more than halfway into this case, and nothing is tethered to her yet, which is very odd.
These shards of glass are from the window above.
Okay, Wiggins, I request your help. Well, I guess I'm already there, so I don't need to teleport there again.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Good to go.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least one exotic animal, a very large one.
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
So thank God. Thank God he didn't go down the Wiggins route. Thank the Lord he didn't go down the Wiggins route.
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
And this is a young Indian elephant, the highlight of the show. And this? Duval Brothers, a well-known traveling circus that is currently stopped in London. I believe that is exactly the type of circus we are looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
Hey, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah, looking for...
You might be surprised.
What? Nah, I don't think so. Clear off. You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? Get lost.
I highly doubt that a lockpicker would wear an outfit like this. Spectacles are unpopular among thugs. I don't want to arouse suspicion. I'd better wear a shabby hat.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
Thank you, Watson. That means I am ready to go.
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley. And I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
So, everything is here, just as you asked. And what about the money?
Some of the barrels are wet.
Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped.
Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies.
I want to be paid first.
No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer, as I said.
Right?
I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout.
Of course not. I'm a professional.
Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight, then.
There are enough posters to paste across half of London's walls. That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting. From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement and defiance. This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people. This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per day. This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside. There is a spot on this barrel that was intentionally painted out. The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure. Judging by the fractions and the scent, I can confirm that it is, in fact, gunpowder. The barrels are roughly clustered. It seems as though they were brought here in a hurry. Powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently. And these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The Merry Men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Stop right there. Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on the table over there. Open that.
Foley, huh? The Foley that went to jail. Related to that Foley? Okay, so let's say this is the same revolver that was on the body of Mr. Kent, or was there, and he decided to take the gun off of him, which means he was also the person that decided to use the flare. But that doesn't make sense. And why it doesn't make sense is because I'm more than halfway into the story, and the suspects are people who were present there. This situation with regards to the merry men and the circus has nothing to do with that murder. This could be the weapon, but it looks like what merry men are doing is something completely different than what's happening with regards to the murder. The only thing related to the merry men and that murder is that this guy named is Foley, related to the original person who stole the treasures. So Foley was part of the merry men. Let's see if he has a tattoo in his hand. Stolen antique, so he has a stolen antique. So he's related to the person Brian, who was probably one of the merry men, trying to get the treasure from Kenneth. Got shot in the head Kenneth shot him in the head, and Kenneth shot him and Brian in the stomach. So the only thing that's related to the merry men is that they're thieves, and Foley, who went to jail for 10 years, was thieves. So is the game trying to say that someone completely unrelated to any of these suspects is the person who actually did the killing? Like, why set all that up just to make it be some unknown bystander? I mean, that is a possibility, but it was going down a direction, and then all of a sudden I'm off the rails now, and I'm going down a different path. Seems very strange. It's like the game pivoted just now. Now this is very telling. That he could have cut his hand while going through the window after climbing. He is part of the whole acrobat show. So it seems like the game has pivoted from the suspects. The cop, Turner, the woman, even Walton, Wiggins' brother, himself, and is pivoted towards the merry men. The criminal is someone outside of those who were present there, which is fine. You can have a criminal that's not related to your suspects. But what's wrong is that it's really late in the story for them to be popping up as suspects. So the only time a criminal will show up late in a story is because if the story is very good for them to have showed up late, or the story is long enough for them to have showed up late. So it's basically telling me either the story is very long or short and it's very good, because if he's showing up late to the party, that's not good for the game. It can, but it's not good. Wait, long lost art. Okay, so the long lost art is not associated with the ring, but the antique ring is associated with Um, where is it? Two victims, statements, ring. Obviously not. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. It's saying Langton was holding a revolver with 2 firing cartridges when he was caught. Okay, so Foley's revolver and Langton's revolver are 2 different things. Good. Alright. The antique ring is not in conjunction to um, long lost art. I mean, it is lost and it is an antique, so you could say it's Hellenistic treasure. So for it to not be associated with the antique ring, it's kind of odd. I mean, the 5 Rams jewelry, I mean, I don't know what the fuck. So you're telling me that the collection of the Hellenistic treasures was stolen from the British Museum in 1885. It's not been found since and considered to be lost. So you're telling me this Hellenistic treasure is not associated with this ring? Where's the ring? Like, it's not a Hellenistic treasure. I'm gonna do it in reverse. Yeah. So they're not related to each other. It clearly is of the Ram. Clearly of the antique that was found within Turner's place. The only thing that seemed to be associated with the ring is old acquaintances, but that's wrong. This one is very strange because this ring is associated with the 5 Rams, and the 5 Rams is an antique. So that's very strange that they're not connected. And the 2 victims, Kenneth Butler shot. You could say it's from the revolver, but I know if I put that revolver, the 2 of them were shot. It's double murder. Kenneth Butler and Butler were victims of a double murder carried out by one person. Then that throws off the whole shot of them capping each other, crossfire. Because how can you commit a double murder? One guy commit a double murder unless he was there with them, the 3rd person. So I know someone else was there, but how would he be able to shoot one guy in the head at that angle, turn around and shoot the other guy in the stomach? It's a double murder. He murdered 2 of them. How would he be able to do that both at the same time? He would have to be next to them to do so. Or in that window, Shot one in the stomach from the window, shot the other in the head from the window. Because he wouldn't be able to be fast enough at close range to shoot both of them without them shooting him. And of course, why would he leave the treasure there on the body and just take the gun? The double murder thing is very strange. Because he would have to spin around and shoot one in the head and then shoot the other in the stomach. Now the only way for it to be a double murder is neither of them saw it coming. They were next to him, they were about to do a deal, and he shot the person in the stomach. All of a sudden, out of shock, the other person walked backwards, didn't realize that he was going to shoot him, and then he turned around and shoot the other person in the head. Bam. That's the only way to get away with a double murder. The crossfire thing is so fucking stupid because they capped off 2 rounds each and missed at the same time. They missed 1 bullet at the same time. So thankfully there is a double murder. It lets me eliminate that whole crossfire nonsense. So I thought that was stupid to begin with. Alright. I haven't let go of that police though. Common statement. See, I'm getting tired now because I'm just randomly picking anything. Because I had no intention of picking this, but I picked it anyway. I need to eat something because I'm not thinking. Langton's innocent in this for sure. I know Langton's innocent in this. Because now we have merry men. So that's that. Brian Scotty, an old acquaintance of Langton. They were both in prison in robbery while still young men. You mean while still a young man? Brian is far older than freaking Wiggins' brother. And Langton. They don't look, well, I guess in the definition of the word young, okay? Alright, so old acquaintance. No. So I'll put old acquaintance to the side because 2 of them are blocked off and they're definitely not related to this. Full is a revolver. Full is wearing a bullet beneath the mouth. No. Long lost art has nothing to do with revolver. It has nothing to do with ring. Has nothing to do with them. Have nothing on him. Art. And these 2 aren't connected, nor connected to this, so no. Alright, so I'll leave it at that for right now.
Are you still temporary with that look?
Oh, sorry. Let me do the whole lock thing. And since I don't feel like doing this, because I wanted to grab something to eat real quick, I'm going to tinker with it a bit. And then wait for the auto solve to kick in. I'm more interested in the story than this. Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright. I'm more interested in story than picking locks. Before the first 3 stories, Riddles on the Rails, Black Peter, and even Bloodbath, I was interested in lockpicking. But after I got to like Kew Gardens and Abbey Grange, like it's not really necessary for the story. I mean, if you're interested in lockpicking and lock solving, then great. But it's not like they're overly complicated. The only thing that was complicated in Bloodbath was, actually nothing was really complicated in Bloodbath. Even forming the whole knife using the mold, that wasn't complicated either. You just had to know what the surface was. The chemistry one was the one that's complicated, because it didn't make sense. That's the only thing in the game that's been complicated. The one from Black Peter. So there's mode deductions. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Rise. Okay, so the Final Guys reveal. I said when I first played the first part, I believe it might have been the police. And then today, in the second part, I said to myself, well, it really wouldn't be the police, would it? It's more than likely either the pawn shop guy or someone else. So I retracted my statement from the first one and said it was either the portrait of the pawn shop guy or another factor that's not present. And it turns out it's the other factor that's not present, because apparently there is another factor not present here. The Merry Men, which has nothing to do with the killing, has more to do with their liberation attempts, their Robin Hood attempts. However, one of them committed a crime, or one of them were going to commit a crime, and that's how the crime is tethered to the Merry Men's activities on the side. So different activities going on the side. The Merry Men are trying to do an uprising, but apparently one of them decided to do a murder. So thankfully, at least thankfully, it's not Wiggins' brother. It's not Wiggins' brother, and it's not Turner. So I'm happy for that. The most obvious one that is not, I'm happy it's not the obvious one. And the second most obvious one, I'm happy it's not the second most obvious one either. So that only leaves the cop, the woman, and an unknown factor in the form of this gentleman here. Alright, so things aren't going... Well, actually, things are still going the way I want it to go, because I'm not letting that cop off the hook just because all of a sudden the Merry Men decide to show up to the party. However, here's the thing that's bothering me though. If Sherlock Holmes... See, I haven't read enough Sherlock Holmes story, and I haven't played enough Sherlock Holmes games. Now, if in most Sherlock Holmes stories the police are never seen as the bad guys, then it obviously won't be the cop. Because if cops are seen in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story as not criminals, then whoever made this game would be deviating from that and making a cop a criminal. But if this is in dedication towards Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's baby Sherlock Holmes, the cops are rarely seen as the bad guys. So it would not be the police officer. That's the only thing that's becoming troubling to me. If we're following the standards of what Doyle created with Sherlock Holmes, then I would lose in the sense, because cops aren't seen as bad guys in their stories. Okay, so it would have to be the same as Kew Gardens. It would have to be the same as Kew Gardens. I am keeping my resolve with regards to the cop because it is what I want. If we're going according to Sherlock Holmes stories in the books and other games, cops aren't seen as bad guys in Doyle's stories. So it's not the cop. So that leaves only the Flowers woman or one of the merry men. This guy. Because it's definitely not Wiggins' brother. I knew it was never Wiggins' brother, and it's highly unlikely it was Turner as well. So it's either the woman or the merry men. But I am saying I want it to be the cop. Okay, enough of that.
I need to find out what's behind this Charles Foley. I need...
It didn't occur to me until just now that because I haven't read enough Doyle's stories of Sherlock Holmes, it didn't really occur to me until I realized it, that most of the cops in Doyle's stories aren't seen as criminals. So it would highly be suspicious for the cop to be the criminal. But I'm holding on to what I believe for the moment.
Charles Foley is inside the marquee.
Ah, well, they're right. What's your name?
Nigel Shirley, from York.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
Well, the only one that makes sense would be the antique bracelet, but that's a bracelet. It has to do with the stuff from the Ram stuff. So the gel theft one that's more regards to Brian. Okay, so it's the gel theft one.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
Okay, so it's the jail theft one.
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison.
Yes,
he told
that's
me
true.
all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for me craft.
Well, he died 7 days ago in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker. I know just where to search for his legacy.
It's all about the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Gosh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on a corner of Ladbroke Grove and Kensington Park Road at midnight.
Deal.
Holmes, Holmes, Holmes. You let it slip. Should not have said that. They obviously are going to ambush you. Or maybe he did the whole James Bond thing and purposely said it, just to make them roused up. It would be something he would do.
Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it, are the Hellenistic treasures.
So they hid it here from 10 years ago, or more than 10 years ago. Foley, Vincent, stole it, and they hid it. And then he was stupid enough to go to a pawn shop guy, hoping the pawn shop guy wouldn't call the cops. And he got arrested and got in prison for 10 years, and he died in prison 7 years ago. And he's seen by his brother as a traitor because maybe he didn't want to share the loot. I wouldn't be surprised if his brother got him killed in prison.
This lock is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge.
Yet another lock. Fine. Ah, this is the one with the arrows. Very well. It's hiding yet another arrow. Interesting. You know what? I'll skip this one. I'll also skip this one. I'm more interested in the story, not lockpicking. I've done enough lockpicking in the story.
I need to find where the safe is.
Enough lockpicking. What? The safe also has to be lockpicked? Yeah, I'm done with lockpicks. This is weird. This is very weird. Throughout all the stories, I might have lockpicked like twice in each mission. And this one, all of a sudden, they're like 4 lockpicking, 5 lockpicking situations, and a mystery. I lockpicked like 4 times already in 4 different stories. Maybe more than that. Yeah, I'm done with solving lockpicks. Everything is auto when it comes to lockpicks. Just lockpicks themselves. Wait, what? Okay.
This cupboard is an absolute mess. This cup... This cupboard... Several books have fallen from the shelves. It seems as though this cupboard can be moved. I'll give it a try. So, that's the lock I must open tonight.
No more lockpicks. No more lockpicks. My nature would tell me to do a lockpick, but nah. Being stubborn and everything. I don't feel like being stubborn. Not interested in being stubborn. I just want to get the story over with.
What a surprise. Another lock. And I won't be able to pick it. I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent fit. I suppose they hired me to only open the first lock. Let us wait for the thieves, trap them, and find out. Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes in the event that they are caught off guard by the police from the front door.
Escape route. Caught off guard. Okay. So they're coming from the front, which is here.
The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if
Yes,
the
I know.
police are right behind it.
Yes, I know that. And let's see where this will lead to.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency.
Sure, I guess. But isn't it more to the front? Let's see if there's another.
This should be useful.
For the door? I have to go on the outside then.
The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if
Yes,
the
I know.
police are right behind it.
So if I'm going to block the door,
A solid rope.
what the hell? Wait a minute, hold on. All of a sudden, my damn phone started blowing up. Strange. Okay, so I think the internet went down for a moment, so I might have to stop this video. I'm not sure though. My computer's acting up. No, yeah. Yeah, it was just acting up. Alright, let me see. Continue the story.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency.
Man, it's so weird. It was so weird. It was acting up, like all of a sudden.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency.
All of a sudden, my phone stopped acting up. And my computer went down.
The door is now blocked. The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police. The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police.
What time is it?
This works very well. No one will escape through this window now.
I'm really trying to finish up this game as fast as possible. There's also an exit here.
The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind it.
They could go up the stairs. Okay, there's also a window here.
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape. This should be useful. Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape. One step on these beads, and our thief will go flying. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
Okay, so this window is blocked off and leads to the front. And yeah, that's pretty much it. They won't be able to get in, and if they try to go up the stairs, they will fall. Anything else?
Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly.
Okay, exit there. It's cut off. What about this? Thought I saw something. There is. Oh yeah.
There is no ladder. If anyone falls here, he will need assistance to get out.
Okay, Holmes jumped over it. Alright. That's blocked off. And a window here.
This should be useful.
Doors. Put it on the door.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. The door is now blocked.
Okay. So it doesn't want me to put the rope around the door. This is barred up with the fence, or the board themselves. So they can't go through that window anyway. Let's see what else. It wouldn't be coming through here.
I suppose that the thieves already tried to open the lock with this formidable hammer, but they were unsuccessful. I wonder what this old chandelier is doing on the floor. It looks as though it was poorly attached. If anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall. If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down. This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency.
I think that's it. I think I've gotten everything. I think everything that's I want is solved. Perfect means of escape in an emergency. They can still go out through the door, so the only thing that's left is...
The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind it.
And this is boarded up. And so the only thing left is that door.
This hatch leads to a cellar. This hatch.
Maybe something here. Maybe it's no, not the statue. Okay.
The door is now blocked. This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency.
Yeah, so why don't you use the rope to block it off? Well, the rope was already being used. So there's something else I need to get. It's not allowing me to go through the front. So the last thing to... Maybe this chair? Yeah. Take this chair.
This should be useful.
Oh, it's not taking the chair? Okay.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. The door is now blocked.
Oh, okay. I'll let them fall here.
Now, it's not an open hatch, just a nice carpet on the floor. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
So the only thing left is the door.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. The door is now blocked.
Other items in here.
The door is now blocked.
something else upstairs I needed to get. Doesn't look like there's anything else.
Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar. The traps for my circus companions are all prepared. I can leave now, but I'll return later with Charles Foley and his companions.
Well, I guess that emergency door does lead to the front. But, yeah.
Police! Police! Stop where you are!
Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
How so?
Well, you sounded just like a real Bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How'd you know about that?
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers!
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon, dear brother.
Alright, so this should be the last story. So all things are tethered except simultaneous shots. It's all about firing positions. But it's not apparently over. Wait a minute. It did say 3 shots go off. It's not over. So if it was simultaneous shots, I guess, yeah, if it was simultaneous shot, it would be crossfire, but firing position would be someone being there. Okay, fine. This one wasn't that particularly difficult. It's just difficult as regards to firing. How many shots were fired? That's the most difficult part of this. I could easily say lockpicking was, if I decided to do lockpicking, it would be considered difficult, but I didn't care for it. Not in this one. Not in this one, and not in the other one either. The first 3 stories, the first 4 stories, yes. But the 5th and 6th stories, I was done with lockpicking. I'm not doing any more of those. Well, I found. You have found. You lost all clues in place. Best proceed deduction of form miracle conclusion. So something is off then. Man in jacket is the acrobat. It's not his imagination. Hidden art. Burglar's motive is a personal motive. But that's a lie. And if that's a lie, then this definitely is a burglary. But I know this to be true, and hidden art. So is it really trying to tell me it was crossfire and not a double murder? Like Holmes literally just said, it's a double murder. Like if Holmes said that it was a double murder and it's not crossfire. Yeah, that's bullshit. So something is missing because it will be easy to point towards it's easy to point towards Langton and say he's the killer. Robbery. Say he did it. But as we know, he didn't do it. So it wasn't simply about burglary. So that's the thing that was off for me. I just came to a realization that in many of Sherlock Holmes story, because I haven't read enough Sherlock Holmes story, police officers were never seen as bad guys. So even though I wanted him to be, I just came to a full realization while as soon as I got to the circus, like, wait a minute, they're throwing yet another person. Then is this one of those Sir Arthur Conan Doyle thing of him having police officers not as bad guys? And then I realized that that's what was going on.
Don't move, you flim-flammer. Holmes, I had no doubt that you would catch the thieves.
The trap with the chandelier worked perfectly. Charles Foley has been knocked down. One of Foley's companions. He is unconscious. One of Foley's companions. He is unconscious. One of Foley's companions. He is unconscious. What a beautiful collection of art. It was thought lost.
Okay, so I can't tether anymore because it would appear that there's nothing to tether to. You can only blame it on two people, Foley, vengeance, or robbery. Now, no matter what you try to do here, 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 so no matter what you try to do, if you switch all of them, it would be the same. It will either tethered, it would tether to his brother, Wiggins' brother, or it won't tether at all. So I'm going to keep switching around things and see what happens. Okay, there it is. That's the one I was looking for, to tag someone. So Foley is the person that's involved. It never. This is one I lost completely. This is the first one I lost completely. I'm unsatisfied with who the game picked because it was an unknown factor not present. Of course, the unknown factor was tagged as a possibility, but he showed up way late into the end of the story. And the person I did want was the police, and the person I wanted second after that would be Turner. At no point did I thought it would be Wiggins' brother and the woman. Those two were off the table. It would have been surprised if it was a woman, but those two are off the table. So this one I lost completely. All the others I played before. Black Peter, Rails on Rails. I was mostly right with regards to many of them. Now, I could easily say I wasn't absolutely right, because in those situations there was never really a definitive solution to those stories. They were all to be determined based on what you want. But with regards to Kew Gardens, that was more accurate, and definitely in this one, it was more accurate. There was only two routes you could go. You could go either the route of blaming, or you could go the route of choosing Foley. I wonder if, no, as in Black Peter, I did state that he was the killer, but I also lopped him with the kid because the game was dumb enough to do the whole javelin thing. And I was thinking to myself, maybe it was my decision to pick javelins, the reason why I got into that situation. But it wouldn't matter even if it wasn't javelin, wasn't picked. The fact that Black Peter was still strong for his age, and the fact that the man decided to either charge him or throw it at him, he would have to have a great amount of strength for that to go through his body. For which that Guardian didn't look like he had a great amount of strength, that he would need two people. So I wasn't really that wrong on that. The only thing I could say that I might be wrong on is the two people that were selected, but it didn't want me to select the sailor who was at the bar to be an accomplice with the gardener. In fact, I tried to tether them several times, but it didn't want me to do so, so I had no choice but to put the kid with him. But I always knew the gardener was involved in the killing in one way, shape, or form. But I originally thought it was the wife that was the killer that set it up. And I wasn't completely wrong on that one either, because she inadvertently was responsible for her husband's death by not stepping up and stating that the guy shouldn't show up and speak to her. She should have informed her husband, but she never did. She kept it quiet. So in many ways, she's the reason he died. And the same goes to Riddle on the Rails. I knew exactly who were committing the crimes, but I couldn't lock them in because something was missing. Something was unfettered. So I selected what was most best, the actual criminal, which were the Mexicans, but it wanted me to pick someone attached to them, which I couldn't find. So that was the only one that seemed to have been unresolved. Whereas Black Peter, I resolved that one and was mostly right about that one. And for Bloodbath, I was mostly right about that one too. The guy that I didn't want to pick happened to be Garrow, and the one I wanted was I forgot his name, but it doesn't matter. The rich guy who was the manager. So yeah, I was mostly right about that one too. I only picked the wrong guy at Garrow, not because I didn't know it was Garrow. I even picked Garrow because I refused for it to be Garrow, just like I refused for it to be the gardener in the first one. I wasn't going to pick the bullshit for which the game wanted me to pick. And the fourth one, which was Kew Gardens. I mean, not Kew Gardens, Abbey Road. Or Abbey Grange. Turns out, I knew exactly at a certain point who the killer might be. But I didn't think it was a sailor until the sailor's knot was made. That the person she traveled with on the high seas, during the time period on the high seas, they fell of interest with regards to each other. And over time, they probably saw each other even afterwards. That's why it's called an affair. So, mostly right about that one too. In fact, right about that one more than most of the others, because I knew it was all cover-up bullshit. The stealing silver and all that garbage. And who I wanted to be the killer turns out to be the man. But in all truth, she's the killer. She's not voluntarily didn't pull the trigger and tell him to kill him. But she knew he would be enraged if she got hit or if he showed up to the location, for which she did nothing to stop the situation, and thus he did the killing. Same as with Black Peter. If she had spoke up with regards to this guy, none of the killing would have happened. But instead she covered it up. So she, in this sense, she is not directly the killer, but she is an accomplice. So I knew she was involved in some way, shape, or form. So I was right about that too. And also, regards to Kew Gardens, I knew the person I wanted to pick was Albert, but I also knew that it was the girl. So in all these cases, I knew exactly who and where the story was taking me, and who they wanted it to be, and who it wanted me to be the red herrings. Like, if for nothing else, I knew who were the red herrings. So even though I don't specifically pick the exact killer, all the directions leading to the exact killer were correct. Like in the situation, I didn't just pick the gardener, I picked the gardener and the kid. So that's wrong, because the gardener doesn't really need the kid, but I don't know if that's wrong. That could be true, because it's left for interpretation. So I consider that a win, because everything is left for interpretation. The second one is also a win, because that's also left for interpretation. You could have picked anything, but the one that's most logical was the one Mexican. It's just that something was missing. So it's unresolved, so I don't really win that one, even though I might win the first one, because it's unresolved. And the third one, Bloodbath, I won that one, even though I didn't pick Garrow, because I knew from the very beginning, based on evidence and behavior and what was going on before I even got to the halfway point, that it was Garrow. But I just refused for it to be Garrow. So me not selecting the exact person who's the exact killer doesn't mean I'm wrong. It just means I don't want to choose who's the exact killer. So moving on from that, you go straight into the Abbey Grange affair, and I know who was the possible killer from the beginning, and I tagged the girl as being either the accomplice or the killer herself. Turns out she wasn't actually the killer, but she was an accomplice. I wanted her to be the killer, but I got her to be the accomplice instead. So I was wrong with regards to who did the exact killing. But I'm not really wrong either, because by her helping the killer, you could easily say she wanted to kill him by standing for the other guy, for reasons why there was a cover-up, not just the crime itself, but eventually if he didn't kill the rich man, she would eventually do it. That's the truth of the matter. So I'm willing to accept her as the accomplice, but in all truth, I believe that she is part of the killing itself, not just an accomplice, but an active part. She probably sent stuff in. I can't really say for sure. So for that one, I would say I won and I lost. Also for that one, Abbey Grange, I won and I lost, because it turns out she is involved, and at the same time, I didn't finger the guy. And then also in Kew Gardens, I won and I lost. Turns out the person who is the killer that I wanted to be the killer was not the killer, because the one I wanted to be was Albert. But the one I knew was the killer was the girl. So I knew she was the killer. I just refused it. So in two situations, I refused the Black Peter one, and also the Kew Gardens one. And in Bloodbath, I also refused for Garrow. I want someone, even though I know. So three. So in three situations, I knew who the killer was. I just couldn't stand accepting that. And the only one I was off about was Riddles on the Rails. That's it. Riddles on the Rails. Black Peter, I knew that. Riddles on the Rails, off about. Bloodbath, knew. Abbey Grange, knew. But not entirely. So that was half and half. Kew Gardens, knew. But I refused to accept it because I wanted Albert. So at many points throughout all the stories, I could have won easily if I wasn't fighting myself to accept the obvious. So I wanted to get the game that I wanted. And in many cases, I won because I got what I wanted, even though I knew they were wrong. So by me knowing they were wrong, I still win because I actually knew. So two wrong, actually, two stories wrong, and the other right. So out of the 5, and this makes the 6, I only really was wrong about 2 stories. This one and this one and what? This one and Rails on the Rails. Because Garrow, I knew that he was the guy. I was getting angry about it. Freaking Albert, I was getting angry about that one too, because I knew it wasn't Albert. It was trying to lead towards the guy, but I knew it was the girl. And of course, Black Peter, I knew it was the gardener, but it was trying to deviate from the gardener to try to make the sailor the criminal. Yeah. And of course, Abbey Grange, I knew it was the woman, and I wanted to be the woman, but it turns out I was wrong but right about that one. She was involved, but she wasn't exactly the killer. So I was right about, I would say 3.5 stories, because I can't really call an associate the person to pull the trigger. 3.5, and I was wrong about 2 completely. But I'm going to consider the associate to the murder also involved. So I won that one too. So 4 out of 6 I solved. Me picking the person I won does not mean I didn't know who was the killer. I just chose who I wanted. It's like in this situation, if the ability of the cop was present for me to pick, I would pick him regardless, because that's what I wanted. I know who the criminal is in this situation, but I didn't. So this is the only story where I completely lost. I didn't know who it was at all. So this is the first actual story where I got defeated.
Charles Foley, you were a witness to a double murder. You were standing next to Vercotti when Butler fired at your accomplice. The jeweler missed him, but they proceeded to kill each other with simultaneous shots. Even if your intention was to retrieve the stolen treasure, you did not intend to kill. I shall inform Inspector Lestrade of that fact, so your sentence should be the lighter.
You are a fine gentleman, with your fake pity.
I do what I think is right. It is never due to pity. Farewell, Foley. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street.
Yes, he has to join the celebration. I believe Wiggins and other the street urchins was having some type of party, so he has to finish that. I didn't forget the party. I wonder if Holmes forgot the party.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs, honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street, and all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians, they own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange. No life shall be lost. But ownerships, debts, and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're
Should
only
be
papers,
lost.
after all.
That's what I love about criminals. They're always thinking what's good intentions, but they never think of the sideline stuff. Who gets damaged during the crossfire of their deeds. Same for rich people and those who use others. They don't care about who gets harmed in the crossfire of their deeds. The only difference between those who are rich and those who are criminals, or should I say those who are using others and direct criminals, is that they're using others indirectly. So they could get away with it because there's no law that they cannot get away with it. This is what I don't understand about criminals. If you understand that they're getting away with certain things, just use their own method that they use, because they're not willing to commit crimes, so you use their own method. Obviously they have money, and they have acquired money using those methods to do so without committing crime. So they could do the same thing. Or when it comes to independent business, you could set up a small business, build what you want, and be as corrupt as they are, as long as you don't commit crimes. The alternative is to commit crimes. So these guys are the more extreme version of what they are. Neither are interested in the safety of those who don't want to be involved. So both are guilty. It's just one is not directly committing crime, where the other is directly committing crime.
So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice, then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people, sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
Unfortunately, he's right, but he's also wrong. That's why we have investigators, criminal investigators. And criminal investigators don't just attack people who are doing shady stuff on the side. They go after the rich as well. In fact, they like it so, because the rich carry more money in their pockets, have more defenses and protections, so they have to be more careful. It's much harder for them to do so, but doesn't change the fact that they are doing so. They just need enough leverage physically and economically in order to make their move. It takes them longer time to catch those rich criminals than common criminals. I think this guy just doesn't understand that. The process of catching rich is far more stealthy than a common criminal. You have to be stealthy because they acquire enough money to have muscle. They acquire enough money to escape when they need to. They acquire enough money to sabotage when they need to. So you have to have safety lines or blockages to stop all those things before you could go after them, or to interrupt those things before you go after them. This guy doesn't seem to understand this. I know the message that's being planted here by the people who made the game, but I believe Sherlock Holmes is going to explain that that's limited at best with his logic. Now, if he throws this in here, he blows all this up. Sherlock will have to escape in time. But if he used a bucket of water, throw onto the here, there's no guarantee that these guys will shoot him, because one, no one see him came in, no one have to see him leave. Also a thing with criminals of any type, if they know they could get away with something, they would do it. Best to be safe. Assholes.
When people fight the Order, they are too blind to see the consequences that throw society into chaos. I shall stop your actions, but not you. Run. Now!
So Sherlock did what I wanted him to do. I want him to stop the criminals, but I understand things from the point of view of the criminals. I wouldn't necessarily have allowed them to escape, though Sherlock allowed them to escape. What I would have done is I would have blown it up. I would have captured their ringleader, but I would let the others go, so that they may tell their friends, like, do not go down this path. If you want revolution, try a different one. Cut off the head of the snake and all that. But he let them all go. Oh well.
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite, lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of, pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men.
And the Empire needs order and discipline. It has no room for chaos.
People who commit crimes, or at the very least intend them, deserve punishment, Sherlock. Without justice, there can be no civilization.
But we serve the truth, not justice.
Your truth, Doctor, that may prove immoral. Allowing people to terrorize London, destabilizing the whole empire.
Terrorize only the powers whom you serve, Mycroft. Not I, not Watson, not Mrs. Hudson, not Wiggins.
Sherlock, the merry men are to be stopped.
Not by me. You created the merry men. Stop them yourself. Only make sure that you don't create 10 more merry men by arresting the one.
Good night, Dr. Watson.
Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady?
The moment he heard the word lady, he got up real quick. There's only one lady in Sherlock Holmes' story, and it was Scandal at Bohemia. The only lady within Sherlock Holmes stories. I'm glad that the people who made the game decided to include her in here. It's a recognition of honor from Sherlock Holmes. The only person that was able to outwit Sherlock Holmes other than Moriarty. So, I'm accepting this result, and I'm accepting Sherlock Holmes' decision. And he's right. Those who want order and peace would use others to do so. Refuse to get their hands dirty. But if you want order and peace, so that you could have a happy life, you must understand, in order to keep having fruitful life and happy life, you would have to have others do labor for you. And eventually, down the line, that labor will increase, people get poorer, just so you could stay where you are. It doesn't work that way. If you want to continue to keep your riches and to have no upheaval, you must have balance within those at the bottom for which are working to give you things. Otherwise, upheaval is inevitable in any situation, realistic game-wise. Our many history has shown us this, especially in the French Revolution. That's the greatest example of an upheaval, where many of the red got killed. Many of the rich, actually, more than anything, got killed. Many of the people decided to revolt. There's also Tenement Square. That's another good example. You think you could roll over the people using your military tanks and your guns? Eventually, all of these things come to light. You have to put equality in regards to the people. And yes, everyone could fight to challenge for the betterment of having better life. But the moment you decide to become dictator of the direction of where the people under you are going, eventually someone will see this and will find and do and take actions and join certain brotherhoods, as long as it's peacefully made, in order to ensnare sometimes, and prevent you from moving further by helping your enemies So, yeah. It's a good little moral lesson there at the end. Like, knowing your neighbor is one thing, but if you decide to get one over on your neighbor, eventually your neighbor will find out in the long run. Especially when it comes to labor, if everyone's doing poorly, but you're doing great. That will raise an eyebrow and interest. So I like the moral lesson that's going on here. Eventually, you know, through all the crimes and everything, there will always be someone to start to raise an eyebrow when things are going real suspicious in a direction or real beneficial to someone and not beneficial to many others, not just for one or two. So, yeah, I like the whole idea of many people around the world with part of the Merry Men. So I like it. I'm accepting this. I think this is also another decision I made that's kind of impartial, not just. But apparently it picks just. But my decision was impartial. So this is very strange. Holmes admitted he's not doing something for justice. He is doing something for truth. But truth wasn't part of my personality ranking. Just wasn't part of my personality ranking. Even though I selected to save those men, even though I destroyed their gunpowder, even though I saved them. And all my decisions with regards to saving Wiggins' brother was also, I would say, just, but at the same time were done logically and impartially, not just. What makes most sense? What is the truth? And what side would I take with regards to that? Would I persecute someone who I know isn't the killer? Truth. But how would I know this person is not the killer? With truth, evidence. How did I know this evidence pointing towards, just capture certain people, learn certain things, do what Sherlock Holmes does. And then at the end, after all that, solving this through puzzles and stuff, then calling the police to inflict justice upon those who committed crimes. But the fact that he let them get away, I let them get away, but sabotaged their little stuff. The speech did hit me, but it didn't hit me enough for me to put water over put water over the gunpowder. Otherwise, it'd be foolish. I could have been shot then and there. All my plans would have been ruined, and my decision wouldn't have been something of justice. It would have been something of taking sides of the criminal, and all my actions in order to save Wiggins would have gone unnoticed, or if not unnoticed, for naught. It would have been for naught, for nothing. Let's say the Merry Men didn't kill me, and I walked away. I would have let them commit their crime, and that would make me no better than them, and so justice wouldn't be able to be picked. So me upholding justice wasn't really just. It really was impartial. It's just that the game decided that it's justice. It really should have been impartial. But I'm willing to accept just, because it's best to select justice than to select joining the Merry Men or allowing them to get away or do whatever they want. And it's a hell of a lot better than playing it casually and picking Wiggins' brother as the killer. I don't think so. I prefer to accept justice and impartial choices rather than to accept a negative choice or to let the Merry Men get away. So I'm accepting this. But I didn't have my party, so that should be so. So this looks like this is the end of the game. So hopefully it is. Yes, it's the end. Finally, there were 6 stories. It's the end. Oh, look who it is. Yeah. Crimes and punishments indeed. Your ass is gonna get punished. You're going to jail, bitch. It's funny how they picked her to be the first person that's shown. Because she represents the epitome of punishment. Well, actually, the wicked woman represents the epitome of punishment. So she should have been picked first. Margaret. But I like this. I really do like this. Because it means all the people who are involved in the crime realize that they're going to be punished in one way or the other. So should I have just skipped it? I only skipped it because I can't hear myself. But I liked how they were doing it though. At the end with the credits showing all the people involved in the crime. Because in some ways, the woman who was married to Black Peter, she's partially responsible for his death. So I like it. She is being punished in one way, shape, or form. So in truth, all these people, at least those who are directly involved in the death of someone, are being punished, whether they were pulling the trigger or they were just sitting on the sidelines. So, like I said, in many ways, I win in most of those cases because all the people who I wanted to get what's coming to them got what's coming to them. I wonder if this is just going to keep spinning around. I'll see. Yep, it's just going to keep spinning around. And the task is called Crimes and Punishments, meaning you could start all over again. Crimes and Punishments. Faith of Black Peter. So there were a total of 6 stories. Which is good. And of the 6, I truly only failed at 2. Me picking the person that the game wanted me to pick, and it turns out not to be the who I wanted to pick, does not mean I failed. It just means that's the person I wanted to pick. Me not picking the person that I didn't want to pick, who I know was the killer, means I'm aware of who was the killer. Thus I still win, because I didn't want to pick them. So, Black Peter, yeah, somewhat right, half and half. I would say for Black Peter, even though I knew, I was still half and half. Rails on the Rails. Kind of left unsolved, to be honest with you. There was something off. Bloodbath was nothing unsolved about that one. I knew who the killer was in that one. I just didn't pick him. Abbey Range affair. I knew who the killer was in that one. Once I learned of the sailor's knot, I deviated from the girl and realized it was someone else, and it was a group thing. To stage it, either to stage the murder or to cover it up. Even though I didn't pick the exact person like in Bloodbath, I didn't know that who it was. It was an unknown. It wasn't associated, but the woman was connected. I just needed to tag the unknown. Overall story and the murder was more difficult than Abbey Grange. Half, and fail. So the only one I truly failed at was Half Moon Walk. Half right. Mostly right. Actually right, because I knew it was him. Abbey Range, also mostly right. And didn't know it was exactly the guy, but I suspected it was. So mostly right, mostly right. Half right, mostly right. Completely right. No, not completely right. Mostly right as well. Mostly right. Half right. Or maybe I was mostly right in all of them. Actually, yeah, I was mostly right in every single one of them. And in every single one of them, out of all these 5, 4 of them were characters who I knew were the exact killer, and I refused to pick them. I picked the one I wanted. So out of the 5, 4 of the stories out of the 5, I picked who I wanted, and that's all there is to it. And of course this one I completely failed at. So technically, out of 6 stories, I truly passed 4 of them, because the 4 were things that I wanted to have. I wanted to go my way, not the game's way, even though I know what was going on. So yeah, that's it for this. This game is finally over. I really want to know in Riddles of the Rails what I was missing. So the only one that I would say was somewhat unsolved is Riddle on the Rails. So would it be 4 if it's unsolved? Well, I solved it, and I was mostly right about it, but something was missing. So missing doesn't mean unsolved, just something is missing. All the pieces were there. Something wasn't queuing up, that's all. So that's it for this. Yeah, I'm willing to accept that. 4 right out of 6 stories. Yeah. Yeah, being mostly right in all these stories, I'm willing to accept that. And being only like truly wrong in maybe 1 or 2 of them. Yeah, I'm all about it. So Half Moon I was truly wrong with, and I believe Black Peter I might have been truly wrong with, but not really. Everyone who was involved there kind of knew what was going on. So the only one I was truly wrong with was Half Moon. It's just that Half Moon and Riddles on the Rails were the ones that unsolved or didn't solve at all, got it wrong. So yeah, Riddles on the Rails and Half Moon, those are the ones that gave me the most trouble, because Riddles on the Rails wasn't connected to anything, or I did find all the clues, but they weren't linking up, and Half Moon was completely who I didn't think. So yeah, that's pretty much it. All people have been profiled and shown. All information is present, and all trophies have been acquired. I'm not sure about the souvenirs section. It's like some empty space here, like 6 empty space, and that could mean only one thing: a New Game Plus. Okay, so if I play the game again, would it actually give me New Game Plus? Would it actually say New Game Plus? I wonder. Let's exit. Resume is this. Casebook is this. No more evidence, no more documents. Everything I've done is present. So I have to leave and go back to the beginning. So the only thing left is to see if there's New Game Plus here. So, what do I think of Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishments? Well, Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishments since the last the last section of Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishments was it was good. The last one was good and quite difficult, and it's hard to tag. I would say with regards to also the lockpicking, I believe the last couple of lockpicking would have been difficult if I decided to pursue it. And I was at 8.4 at Kew Gardens when I last played the Kew Gardens. So the points I'm giving towards the last mission, the very last mission, I'm gonna give it 6 mission. I'm gonna give it 4 points. 1, because I was wrong and it was totally something to the side, but also it was attached to Mycroft showing up at the beginning of a previous story trying to find the Merry Men. So they were able to include the Merry Men into the story and not be just a word. And they had certain references of certain cases such as Jack the Ripper and other words, and the Lady, and other Sherlock Holmes stories included in here. So I'm giving another points for that, for following the iconic portrayal of Sherlock Holmes in many cases. And also I'm giving an extra point with regards to another point with regards to trying to show that the cross-firing could have happened, but if you were paying more attention, you would see that that was kind of stupid and silly, and it was leading towards Walton Wiggins' brother, or whatever his name is. Keep forgetting his name. Wiggins' brother. So I knew something was off about that, and I knew it was off because Wiggins, being the type of character he is, represents of a behavior within the Sherlock Holmes story, and is typically someone Sherlock depends on. So to screw over Wiggins' brother and make him out to be a bad guy is something that was off. And even though the cop was acting strangely, for which I wanted him to be a criminal, it only occurred to me that he's not a criminal after I looked outside of the box. It means I didn't think within the game itself. I thought of the books, and it came to my conclusion, or it came to my own personal conclusion, that none of Doyle's stories, or majority of their stories, involving cops, put cops as corrupted. They were a representation of stability and blunt force. They typically held up the law, and they weren't seen as corrupted. At least most of the stories were. So it would be highly irregular for them, people who made the game, to follow in a different path, deviating from what Doyle did. So that's how I untethered myself from the cop, and I realized, okay, something else is going on here. They throw in Foley guy, and that's when it realized, once they throw in the Foley guy, there's a fourth person. I unhook from the cop because I realized I wasn't thinking outside the box. And that's when I failed, because I wasn't thinking outside of the box for that last story. Because it never occurred to me to look outside the box at Doyle's books as a reference with regards to police officers being corrupt. But I managed to catch it close towards the end anyway, so I'm kind of happy about that. So there's a point for that as well. So the point for it's following the narrative of the story, and a point for it sidetracking me, or for me not seeing it coming. So yeah, so another point for that. So 4 points in total. Now I'm going to give it a fifth point for the lockpicking, because I didn't do any of them, and I believe that they might be the longest and hardest of the lockpicking, because this is the sixth story. So I'm going to give another point for lockpicking, because in this one they probably were. I just didn't care for them anymore. But I also would take a point off for lockpicking as well, because they started to become an annoyance to me. But that's only to me, so I can't fully take a point off. I would take a half point off. So the point I gave for the lockpicking, which is that full point, I have to take a half point off for that, because it was only an annoyance to me, but it probably wouldn't be an annoyance to anyone else. So it's more like I gave the game 4.5 points more. So with regards to 4.5 points, and with regards to how Holmes solved these mysteries, he didn't do a lot of research in this one. It's pretty much the standard he did in all the others with regards to using chemicals and stuff were far more interesting. So yeah, 4.5 points was added to this. Anything else? Oh yes, now that I think about it, I should subtract another half point, because he didn't go and fulfill his party that he was supposed to do. So the game completely ignored the party for which it's set up in the game. But it doesn't ruin the overall game that he didn't go to the party. It just never decided to go. Or he did go, but it wasn't present in the game. So I'll take a half a point off for that. I didn't forget that party. So 4 points. Anything else? If it has New Game Plus, I'm going to check right now before I get off. If it doesn't have New Game Plus, I'm not going to give it another point. If it's just New Game, but no New Game Plus, we'll see. Right now, you are what? What's that? Are you sure you want to start a new game? All your progress will be lost. Okay, so continue. Okay, so continue doesn't do anything. It just gets me back to the original end credits and to this room. And going to load, let's see if load would, no, load takes me just back to him sitting in the room. Basically load takes me back to the credits. I also, actually, now that I think about it, I also should give a half point, no, a full point for the artwork and transition of the artwork throughout the story. Not just general environmental art, but how the art is shown throughout certain scenes, such as the scribblings on this image that you're seeing right here on the window, or the main panel of the scene with the crimes and punishments and text under here and all this. And when it goes to transition, not from cutscene to cutscene, but with regards to art being drawn, and especially in the end credits, I should give a point for that as well. But something tells me I shouldn't, because it's no big deal. But I'm going to give it a point for that as well, because that does require a certain amount of labor in order to do so. I'm thinking about anything else. No, actually, no, I'll give it a half point for that. So I'm at a 4.5, back to a 4.5. Actually, I'm back to a 5. Yeah. So I'm thinking about anything else. Nothing else. I think I covered everything. Outfit, attire. Actually, the fact that I could only wear certain attires was kind of annoying. I couldn't wear what I wanted to wear. The game says you have to wear this. So I think I deducted a point for it before, but it started to proceed through every single mission. I couldn't wear what I wanted. I could only wear disguises when the game needed me to wear disguises. And that kind of is alright, because this game came out more than 10 years ago. But in certain cases, I actually really wanted to, and the game refused to let me. So I already deducted a point for that, so I'm not going to need to take it off. So where I am right now with regards to crimes and punishments is, if I'm at giving it an extra 5 points, add it to the 4.5, so that'd be 8.4. If I'm giving it 5 more points to the 8.4, it would be 8.5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It would be 8.9. The most I could give this game is 8.9, and that's from me personally, me, myself, and I. But for a fan or for a random might enjoy this more than someone who's just trying to critique the game. So even though I'm giving it an 8.9, a random might give it low 9s. Say a random might give it an additional 3 or 4 more points and put it in like 9.4 territory. But here's the thing. I think I might just give it an 8.8, because if I start a new game and there's no New Game Plus, I'm going to skip this and proceed forward. We'll see if there's a New Game Plus once I check his closet, or I check certain things around the room.
Holmes, will you stop that? You are utterly mad. Stop, Holmes!
Is that you, Watson?
Yes, of course it is. And you almost killed me.
Nonsense. I was aiming for the vases.
Blindfolded?
Watson, quiet, please. I'm trying to concentrate. Ah, Lestrade. What is it this time?
He can see me. Well, here it is, and it's a good one, Mr. Holmes. A gentleman by the name of Peter Carey, also known as Black Peter, has been murdered.
A sailor, most probably.
What happened here?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, how could you?
Alright, press square to open the casebook and check your current progress in investigation task evidence. Okay. 6 of suit to wear using your personal wardrobe and join Lestrade. Okay, so the only thing I would see right now is to see if I could take any outfit this time around to wear. I'm going to pick the brown suit this time. No, the green suit. And that's it. Actually, no. I'm going to pick the farmer's outfit. It refused to let me pick the farmer's outfit. Fine. If you want me to pick a suit, I'll pick any suit. I'll pick unbuttoned suit. But it's locked. So there appears to be no New Game Plus. So I'm not going to take a point off for that, because maybe it was never intended for the game to have a New Game Plus. But I would leave it at where it is, because there's no New Game Plus. I would leave it at 8.9, and that's as best as I could give the game. My personal prejudice out the window. 8.9 is the most I could give it. In all truth, I really want to give it like an 8.7 because simply because I can't change it to whatever I want, and certain things in the story didn't go the way I expected it to go. It should have made sense, but it didn't make sense. But I removed myself from that and decided to give it points. Other things that didn't make any sense whatsoever at all are unforgivable. So I'm fully aware that those things would, no matter how many years have passed or how many decades, like certain decisions made is completely dumb. Like the 2 people shooting Crossfire decision was obviously not the truth, and it would come across as dumb. So if that had turned out to be the truth, then I would be visibly and completely against it. But that's not the truth. Yeah, I'm trying to think of anything else, but I'm going to end it right here. This is an 8.9 game for me, and for not me, if it wasn't me, I would give it like 3 more points. If it wasn't me, if I was a fan, 3 or 4 more points. So this is like a 9.3 game in total. I think that's the most a fan would be able to give it. Like a die-hard Sherlock Holmes fan would probably give it 9.4, 9.3, 9.4, but also a die-hard Sherlock Holmes fan would probably be mostly critical against things that are non-Sherlock Holmes like. So they probably also wouldn't give it a lot of points either. In fact, they would be more scrutinizing against it than anything else. So they might just give it 2 more points more than me. So if not me knowing this, they would probably give it like a 9 at most. But if we're talking casual fans would probably give it that 3 points, that additional 3 points. So this is anywhere from an 8.9 to a 9.3 game. It's very good, and it definitely is worth a buy for the value of what it represents. And it's very good. It's been more than 10 years, but for the value of what the game is, the stories, the characters, the situations, the lockpicking, using Toby, using Watson, how he solved puzzles, all this, and how he went about knowing cases, and how the game allows you, the player, to try to solve it before he does. I also like that as well. Of course, there are certain situations it does not, but I would say Sherlock Holmes, Crimes and Punishments, and I'm finally done with this, is an 8.9 game to about a 9.4 game. So I'm going to edit my video, and that's what I'm going to call it a day with regards to this. It's an 8.9 game to a 9.4, depending on who you are. 8.9 for me personally, but if I wasn't me, actually, if I wasn't me, I would probably give it just 3 more points. So 9.3. So 8.9 to about 9.3. That's the most I could give this game. So it's been longer than 4.5 hours, but I had to make sure I finished this today. Nothing more.